Tōna Rotorua. Morning everyone and welcome to the Community and District Development Committee for the Rotorua Lakes Council today. Welcome to our public sitting in the back and also some members of our Rotorua NZ and Airport Board. The meeting is being live streamed, so just a reminder, councillors, to have your mobile phones on silent. We'll take a morning break at about 11 o'clock. And I'd like to invite Mayor Tapsell to open the meeting with a karakia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tūtawa mai I runga, tūtawa mai I raro, tūtawa mai I roto, tūtawa mai I waho. Kia tau ai te mauri tū, te mauri ora ki te katoa, haumi e, hui e, tāe ki e.
Tēnā koe Mayor Tapsell, nau I taki karakia mā tātou. Thank you Mayor Tapsell for the karakia. Looks like we have a full house today, so do we have any apologies? Nope. Thank you. Declarations of interest? Nope. And are there any urgent items not on the agenda? And urgent items? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of clarification. I do have some questions around the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund and the Housing Outcomes Agreement. I note that we are talking about a similar topic later on in the meeting, so I'm happy to wait until then if I can ask my questions then.
Yes, if you could wait till that part of the meeting when we're into the JP's part of the report.
Thank you.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You'll recall over the last few months there's been a few trips to overseas by the Mayor and by Councillor Wang. I was wondering if we could expect a report.
So I understand that those are coming to the council meeting at the next council meeting.
Okay, great. I'll look forward to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There being no further urgent items, I'll move the minutes for the Community and District Development Committee of the 10th of April. Can I have a mover and a seconder that those minutes are true and correct? Thank you, Councillor.
Just a correction, potentially, Madam Chair.
Page.
Hang on a sec. It says here on page 8, action points, resourcing for hotel consent expiries. I imagine that would be motel. I know it's just a typo, but I want to be accurate.
Okay, we'll make that amendment.
Thank you.
So with that, are you happy to move?
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. And a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Lee. Oh, did you have a question? What's the query?
Just another issue. It just records, I think we've covered this one once before. Councillor
Sorry, can
Lee.
you just speak up a little bit?
Certainly can. It just records that I opened the meeting with a karakia, which is not particularly accurate. I opened it with a prayer and closed it likewise. If that could be recorded, that would be appreciated.
We can make that change. So if everyone is happy with that, Councillor Patterson, you've moved that. Are you happy with that amendment? Councillor Lee, will you move then? Thank you. With those two amendments, motels and prayer, all those in favour please say aye.
Aye.
Against, thank you, that is carried. Going to move to the first of our CCO quarterly reporting, firstly from the Rotorua Regional Airport. Just checking if we've got Kevin coming in on Zoom.
We should do.
Okay, well I'll just get a mover and a seconder to receive the report for the Rotorua Regional Airport Limited. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Waru, seconded Councillor O'Brien. All those in favour please say aye. Aye. Against, thank you, that is carried. Morning Kevin, welcome to the Community and District Development Committee meeting. Hope you can hear me. And,
yes, but the sound isn't great, I'm sorry. I might have to leave it to Nicole in the room.
Thank you, Kevin. We'll see how we go. And morning, Nicole. We're in your hands then with your report.
Kia ora everyone, good morning. Thank you very much. See if I can... There we go. Okay, I'll just get straight into it. Keep it nice and brief, so start you off well for the rest of the meeting. So a summary, this obviously report pertains to the first 9 months of the year, so up until March in FY24. Financially, we are on track. We're actually well ahead of budget, with a net surplus to date of 868,000 compared to a budget of 496. There is still some heavy maintenance work to come in this quarter we're in at the moment. However, it won't take all of that, so we will still remain ahead of budget. What this also does include is the demolition of 6 Willerton Road. You may recall it was not viable to bring it up to healthy home standards, so we elected to demolish it, and there was a write-off on the books due to the value of that, but that's already taken into account in this number that you can see in front of you. So on the financial performance, we're ahead of budget and doing quite well. On the non-financial targets, everything's on track and there's no issues. A high-level asset management plan will be provided to Council by the 30th of June after it's gone through the Airport Board. Operations and compliance, just an update on a few things there that may be of interest to you. We had our 5-yearly Part 139 recertification audit earlier in the year. There was one minor finding which has already been resolved, and there were no issues. So that went very smoothly and very well, and a big thanks to my team who put in a huge amount of hours and paperwork to get that done. But we're good for the next 5 years before there'll be another Part 139 certification. CAA do other audits during that period, but the Part 139 is the main one. Some of you may be aware of the proposed Taheke geothermal power station out at Okere. The airport has some serious safety concerns around that, and are engaging with it's in the fast track consenting process, so we're engaging with the EPA on that matter and ensuring that the aviation concerns are heard and understood by the panel. So that's being worked through at the moment. Our understanding is that the applicant has actually paused the process at the moment so that they can do some more modelling and look at some alternative options to alleviate some of those aviation concerns, which is obviously the best outcome. If we can find a way to keep everyone happy, then that's obviously preferable. There's been a few operational upgrades and changes. We've invested in a new tractor to make mowing a lot easier, replaced the 20-year-old tractor that we previously had. Our new tractor shed got demolished, our old tractor shed, sorry, got demolished yesterday, and a new one's been rebuilt. And we're in the final stages of procuring a generator to allow for obviously business continuity in case of any disruptions. We've got a apron and runway heavy maintenance program at the moment, which includes doing some surface treatment and patch repairs to make the surfaces last longer before they need a full reseal. This is the 2nd year of that program, and then we've got a couple more years to go, and that's well underway. And then the last of the PFOS containing foam was removed from our fire appliances, and they've all been given the clear tick of approval. So that's good. There is no, we've just got one lot of hazardous substances at the moment that we're getting rid of, and some fire extinguishers. And then as far as we're aware, there's nothing else of concern out at the airport at the moment. Looking forward. So work continues to support the airport business park. We have shifted our focus slightly, rather than trying to deliver all of stage 1 at a time, which would require quite significant investment. We're looking at to deliver the business park 1 tenant at a time, but still working towards that overall goal of the full stage 1. So we've got a number of pieces of work on the go at the moment, including stormwater, cut and fill modellings, etc., market demand assessments, to try and shore up the feasibility for what we're calling stage 1A, and that's well underway. And as part of that, we're working with key potential tenants so that we can lock in the viability of that first stage. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Nicole. Kevin, did you have any comments that you wanted to make as the chair?
Thank you. Nothing to add from me.
No. Can I just firstly congratulate the board and you, Nicole, on the Part 139 certification. That's great to have that signed off again.
Thank you.
With no major concerns. So that's excellent. Also, just to pass on my congratulations. The Mayor and I met with the New Zealand board along with our CE, and they were very complimentary of their visit out to the Rotorua Airport.
No, fantastic.
So that was great to hear. I'll take questions now from councillors. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the Chair, thank you for your report, Nicole. Could I ask you, on page 11 of our agenda regarding the Tahiki power plant, could you break down, please, what is the specific concerns and suggested actions that form part of your submission to the panel?
Yep, there are a few concerns. The main concern is around the visual plume. So the main issue with the power plant is its location. It's directly under the flight path when aircraft are on their final approach. So it's about 10 kilometres off the northern end of the runway, and it's where aircraft turn and they're on final approach. So there's two areas of concern. One is the efflux, which is the speed of the steam which comes out of the plant. That has been assessed under what's called a Part 77 application by CAA, but CAA are very limited in their powers in that they can only look at the efflux, which they regard as an obstacle. So CAA have determined that the efflux in the power plant are a hazard in navigable airspace, and determined that there would need to be a danger area put around just the efflux, but just the efflux because that's all they're allowed to look at. Obviously, as the owner, if you like, of the airspace and the flight paths that come into the airport, it's the airport's responsibility to look at all the other aviation concerns. So the main one is the visual plume. You know, if you drive through Taupo on a fine day like today, you'll see large visual plumes in an otherwise clear sky. There hasn't been enough information provided by the applicant on what the steam contains, whether it's safe for aviation, safe for people to be flying through on a regular basis. There's a lot of anecdotal evidence that suggests that maybe there are problems. Our main concern is that there hasn't been a thorough enough assessment done of the risks. For anything like that, an aeronautical study needs to be completed, and an aeronautical study hasn't been completed. So the applicant engaged a company called 270 in Australia to do an aeronautical study, but the fast track consenting process has just been moving so fast that they haven't been able to complete the aeronautical study. So there hasn't been a full aeronautical study done that looks at all the risks, understands what the risks are, the mitigations. They need to interview all the different stakeholders that fly in and out of the airport and do a complete assessment. That just hasn't been completed. So we're mainly concerned that the information is very lacking, and we're concerned about them consenting something that hasn't got robust thoughts going onto it. Obviously, a power station and an airport are very long-term assets. Neither can be moved easily once it's consented. So my understanding is that the 270 are trying to get it complete, but we haven't been engaged on that process. And well, apart from the fact they've told us they're trying to finish the aeronautical study, I'm not sure how that's going to fit in with timings with the consenting process.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That actually answers the question that I had. Thank you very much, Nicole.
Any further questions? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report, Nicole. Just prior to the Chamber of Commerce LTP meeting, I had a meeting with a couple of business people, and they were a little bit concerned about the disparity between flights to Auckland from Rotorua compared to Tauranga. Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is an New Zealand question, but I'll do my best to answer it for you. Tauranga's got a very large business market, and that helps really drive the frequency and the routes, the frequency and the timings out of that market. The Auckland Rotorua services are well below what they were pre-COVID, and that's a constant, I say constant, form of discussion between myself and Air New Zealand. The problem is for Air New Zealand that the international market hasn't come back as quickly, and the international market helps prop up Auckland Rotorua. It's that connecting traffic through from international services, and Air New Zealand haven't seen their international come back quite as quickly as some others. So as a consequence, they haven't been able to get the frequency up on the market, and because they haven't got the frequency up, they're trying to hedge their bets both ways by timing flights that suit both travellers and kind of, but not really suit business travellers. So it's a really not an ideal situation. The last conversation we had with them was, look, it's not working for business travellers who live in Rotorua. It's fine if you want someone to come down and see you for the day. It works really well, but not if you want to go to Auckland as a business traveller. The route hasn't been getting better. Is it time to do some experiments and try with timing? So they're currently having a look at their options to see if there's anything they can do. Problem is, if they make it too early in the day, then you miss connecting flights, and that causes us problems as well. So it's a bit of a juggling act.
Thank you. Just one more question.
Thank you. And also just on that point too, I'm aware that our CE and the Mayor have also raised these issues directly with Air New Zealand when they were here last week, so they're aware of those issues.
Great, fingers crossed. Just a question with regards to the business park. I've had other business people around the east side raise concerns about the ability to build large new developments with the supply of power that's currently available. Do you have any concerns about that for the business park?
So the airport actually did an energy master plan. I think I might have mentioned it in our last report. We've also shared that with JP and Rotorua NZ, so they're across it. We have enough capacity at the airport at the moment to be able to handle a reasonable amount of growth. If the airport wanted to do everything that might be possible out there, build a full business park, get electric aircraft, have hydrogen power stations, the whole shebang, then we will run out of energy. There are other options. One is possibly looking at, say, solar out at the airport, and that's going to be part of a board discussion next week as to whether we want to invest time into looking at whether that may be a solution. Otherwise, we're keeping in contact with Unison. We've shared our energy master plan with them, our master plan, our growth aspirations, so that they can build that into their planning as well. So no immediate concerns, but it is something that we are aware of and are planning, but we've got quite a bit of time before it becomes an issue.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. No further questions, councillors? Councillor O'Brien again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With your indulgence, could I just ask, given the points that Nicole has raised on behalf of the airport and the submission regarding the power plant, are we supporting that as a council, or are we putting in our own submission?
I think they've got, there's a reference in the CDD part of the paper later on with JP. I'm wondering if it's appropriate to just leave it till that part,
I'm happy, just as long as
it allows Nicole the independence to make the submission in relation to aircraft movements.
Thank you.
Kevin, did you have any final comments that you wanted to make in response to any of the questions that you've heard today from the councillors?
No, thank you. It's been a wee bit hard to follow the conversation, but it sounds to me like Nicole has answered all the questions and presented our situation very well.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, Nicole, for the presentation, and keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Kevin, for joining by Zoom this morning. Thank you. We'll now move on to the CCO quarterly report for Rotorua NZ Limited. Now I have a mover and a second to receive the report. Moved Mayor Tapsell, seconded Councillor Brown. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, thank you, that is carried. I'd like to invite now Paul Button, a member of the Rotorua NZ Board, Marissa Ball, the Head of Marketing and Communications, and Graham Brownrigg, the Head of Visitor Experience and Services, to overview the report and speak to your presentation. So good morning, team.
Kia ora, good morning. Thank you for having us. Just like to open with Tim Cossa and Andrew Wilson send their apologies. They're representing Rotorua and Te Puia at Trends in Wellington this week. I think Trends opens this morning. I guess just from the General Manager of Rotorua Canopy Tours, as well as sitting on the Economic Development Board, and just probably some insights that we've seen over the last month and year as a business. Last year was a very good year for Rotorua Canopy Tours. We had 11 record sales months of the 12 months of the year. We finished about 18% up on headcount. Revenue's high because we've got our yield up, so people are coming to town and they're spending a bit more. Our domestic market was strong. Rotorua Canopy Tours usually has around a 37%, 40% domestic market, and we maintained that last year, which was really comforting given what we're hearing about the economy and also with our rates increasing. What I feel with Rotorua Canopy Tours is very similar to a lot of other businesses. We are seeing good visitation and we're also increasing yield slowly over time. A couple of big headlines, I think.
Sorry, Paul. Is your mic on?
Yep.
Oh, cool. You just move closer. Thank you. And just for our people maybe watching online. So sorry about that.
Yeah, I think a couple of big headlines for us and for the industry is the Australian numbers have dropped. We're seeing half the Australian numbers that we saw previously. They used to be about 15% of visitation and now they're about 8%. But conversely, the US is strong and it's the opposite. We've seen the US numbers increase. They've doubled, so they're about 15% of visitation now versus 8% prior to, last year and pre-COVID. Some data's coming through is, the Australian visitor numbers are about 90% of what they were pre-COVID, which is a concern for this area because if there is 90% of Australian visitation back to New Zealand, they're all heading to the South Island, and you'll see some strategy with Andrew and his team in terms of trying to rectify that. Probably a couple other smaller ones for us. We're seeing a sort of a shorter lead time for bookings. Pre-COVID, during COVID, the average booking time was about 7 days prior. Now looking at about half of our bookings are coming within the last 48 to 24 hours, which is probably that shorter term decision making for both internationals and domestics. So sort of as we came into March and April, Easter was very strong for us, very similar to last year in terms of headcount, but we had a high yield from higher price point. Easter, it fell in March mostly, not the April school holidays, which saw April for us to be about 20% below last year. That was sort of a combo of both domestics and internationals being a bit lower. But when you balance March and April, the numbers were very similar, just with the timing issue with Easter. So I don't think there's any concerns yet. We are heading into winter where visitation is slow. For us, May, business falls off the side of a cliff, but we're maintaining a very similar business as we did last year. So no concerns there. Just moving into the next piece here. I'd just like to note in the report the economic assessment of the Rotorua Spa and Wellness sector has already made a large contribution with visitor spend of $277 million in 2023, and there's potential to grow to $408 million in just a few years. I'd like to now introduce my industry colleagues here, Graham, who's Head of Visitor Experience, and Marissa, who's Head of Marketing and Communications.
Kia ora. I've drawn the short straw, got all of the financials to read through to answer the questions on, but I think they're pretty good. So I think we'll take them all as read. But there's a couple of key things I want to mention in the first page, which is a couple that are off track. And I guess the domestic travellers that have visited Rotorua overnight within the last 12 months is slightly behind target. We did set a pretty high target for that at the start, but we've been a bit frustrated we haven't been able to crack that. But I think given the last 3 months, when the next survey comes out, we might find that that'll lift a bit, but I doubt whether we will hit the 15% by the end of this financial. Similar with domestic travellers finding Rotorua highly appealing. Even though that's grown and that's great, we probably might not crack the 37% by the end of the financial as well. Next page is all pretty good. Everything's on track, and some of it has been achieved. I think I think that's pretty, it's a good result for us so far this year, and I think, you know, if you look at some of those numbers, they're pretty good.
Sorry, Graham, are we on the right slide, or just getting, maybe Marissa or Graham could just bring the right slides up as you go. Next one, I think.
Next one. That one, yeah. So you see on that one that we're on track, or we've achieved our targets already for the, am I supposed to be doing that?
Yeah, sorry, I think it's easier for you because the staff are not sure when you're moving on to your next slide, Graham.
We're on track with that page, as you can see, and some of them have already been achieved, so a fairly good result overall. Whoops. Sorry. The financial, I'd just like to highlight there has been a quick apology. Actually, there's been an error in this to what your report is, but the numbers remain the same. There was just an error in the program delivery with some of the numbers that were sent over originally. So, but overall it remains the same. So I do apologise for that. We've had a strong result in the year to date from 31st of March with good trading conditions, particularly through the eyesights. Through December and March, I sort of back up what Paul has said about this training period. I've been there for nearly 13 years and it was the busiest quarter in that 13 years, so well above pre-COVID. So that was really great. I think a point to note also that the eyesights, you know, we've got 3 in Rotorua. We're number 1 and 2 in the country with 2 of them. Queenstown follows closely behind, but we sort of are doing really, really well in the eyesight sector. We're really confident to finish the year in a positive position, but it's important to note really that the net surplus position at the moment, there's a number of factors. You know, our phasing is a little bit out. We want to fix that next year, but we have a flat line phasing, and as Paul alluded to earlier, we drop off in the last quarter of this year, so we will end up with a surplus, but it's not going to continue on the same way it has on this. So we're still in a positive position. Visitor spend. As you can see, very positive, reflects what I've just been saying. Rotorua hummed over that period of time. The United States, as Paul said, was a standout for us. Aussie falling a little bit behind, but yeah, numbers are really, really good, so really positive. We've done an infometric just for the eyesight stuff. You know, like the eyesight numbers are huge. You know, like we're talking in the millions, so it's a little bit hard to sort of work out what that equates to. So we've done an infographic for you, and it just shows some of the work that the team do, you know. And if you just take the bottom right-hand slide, you know, with the 1 million turnover for the first 3 months, if you put that in perspective, actually, it was half of the whole eyesight's turnover for the country. So pretty good, but in that is just the work that the team do, you know, like the kilometres they travel. We deliver our own product. We warehouse it out of the Fenton Street branch. So we have teams running between the branches, and there's, you know, 700 odd Ks driven in that period of time, the number of boxes, so people unpacking stock and just stocking the shelves and keeping the shelves clean. It's a huge job. So they've done really, really well. So I just thought it was a little bit easy to put it in perspective of what they do. And even just with the coffee, the number of coffees we're serving, particularly out of the Redwoods branch, is huge, massive. So that just reflects the number of people that are coming through, and some of the work we do that's a little outside the normal, maybe what you think an eyesight does do, other than, you know, the standard selling tickets and distributing brochures. So it's really positive. I'll just hand over now to Marissa to take over the next part.
Kia ora koutou. Is that better? Ka pai. Kia ora koutou. So one project we really wanted to highlight that came out of our economic development team was an international film project. So our team worked closely with Film Bay of Plenty and a film production company in India to land a significant project here in Rotorua. After exploring options in Ireland, Scotland, Australia, Switzerland, US and Canada, they chose to come and base themselves here in Rotorua. So we work closely with Film Bay Plenty, and we continue to work closely with them in this space, bringing film production opportunities here to Rotorua, and local producer Perepi Curtis to ensure that things could progress smoothly, working closely with iwi and our Māori production teams. Pleasingly, the project extended their stay, resulting in increased bed nights and an estimated $4 million injection into the local economy. So it's a really good example of how production, a focus on production is really beneficial for our region, and also serves to highlight and amplify all that is amazing about our region. Next week we have the launch of Mai Rotorua, so it's been, I guess, a long sort of process and that we've undertaken over the last 8 months to get to this point. We're really excited. There's been a lot of work happening behind the scenes across all parts of our organisation. So, beginning of the year, we, internally we regrouped and sort of said this is a key priority, and now we're here. So we're looking forward to sharing with you all more details next week at the launch at the Sir Howard Morrison Centre on the 17th of May. Essentially, we are launching a new set of channels. We have engaged a local web developer to build our website, and we've also been working with people in the community to create content so that we can share all of the amazing good news stories that we all know need some visibility. Alongside these set of channels and these good news stories is the locals card, so that's the My card, and we'll reveal next week what that's all about. So we've had really good engagement with our local business community who have indicated, a real strong appetite to be involved and participate in this kaupapa, which was ultimately an idea that came from industry initially. So yes, it's a piece of work that we're all really excited about and proud to bring to life. So in terms of what's coming up, so it's a busy time for the team over the next couple of months. We have Trends, so that's currently on, and where we've got Andrew, Tim is there, business events, trade, representing Rotorua alongside operators. We have our first Business Pulse survey launch of the year next week. You're all invited. We have the Westpac Chief Economist as our keynote speaker, and that will be talking to the data and insights and the trends that we're seeing over time. So this is year 3, is that correct, of Business Pulse survey. So it's a biannual kaupapa that helps us to understand issues, challenges and aspirations of business community. We've got the Mai Rotorua launch next week, Rotorua NZ AGM later in the month. Again, you're all welcome to come. And we also have the Tourism NZ will be in town to engage with us and operators. They'll be sharing their 4-year strategy. So it's an opportunity then for us to connect in and share plans moving forward. Meetings is a significant event for the business events team, and certainly a significant event for the business events landscapes nationally. So Vanessa and her team have been really focused on ensuring an event that will have a lasting impact on those attendees. And in June, Matariki weekend, our international trade team will be having their annual trade roadshow over in Australia. Koera tāku or tātou, he pātai, any questions?
Well, thank you very much, team. That was a great presentation and well shared between the three of you. So, Councillors' questions. Councillor Patterson. Thank
you, Madam Chair, and thank you for a really positive report. before I ask some of the financial questions I have, just wanted to give you a big thumbs up on the securing of that film opportunity for Rotorua. As I stated at the Creative New Zealand hui that I attended representing council, I could see that film is a massive opportunity for Rotorua, and we should do whatever we can to get it, because you only have to look at what a place like Matamata, it's not even a subject that's close to New Zealanders' hearts. They're making a fortune. If we told our stories, we could do so much better and be a long-term benefit too, not just short-term. So awesome for that. And also the conference market is humming, well above budget. It's another big tick in the book. It's a good one, considering we're competing against the likes of Christchurch and Wellington with their new facilities, and Auckland coming on soon with Sky City returning. So it's looking really good. I did have some questions on those financials. The target of 315 million for domestic visitor card expenditure for the year, the actual we're sitting at is 244.7. So that leaves a gap of 70.3 million to get to that target. So that works out to about 23.43 million per month. Is that likely that we're going to get there?
Yeah, it is. We believe we will. So I think that is likely over the next 3 months, yeah.
That's exciting. And yeah, another positive is the Net Promoter Score up. That's always very hard to get moving in your direction when you've had a few things like what we've gone through recently. So that's got to be another tick in the book for you guys. So well done on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Brown, followed by Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this one would go to Paul, and I don't expect an answer if you haven't got one, but Jim Bolt was in the media recently promoting an accommodation tax or a levy. I just wonder whether the board is aware of that and or considered taking a position on whether that's a good thing for Rotorua or not. You don't have to. If you haven't got an answer, that's good.
I think perhaps we won't put Paul in a position regarding that, but I think there's more to report on that at a later date, and that is around what the government's position would be on what would be a national bed levy. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you for a pretty good looking report, lots of positives in there. I do like the eyesight being self-sufficient, and that's always good to see things finding a way to fund themselves. On page 13, you say that we will continue to strengthen our relationships with Te Arawa, Iwi and Mana Whenua in support of their economic development aspirations. There's no breakdown of that in the financial management side. Can you just tell us what's going on in that space?
Is your question
what's going on in that space? What can you tell us about it?
So we work with Te Arawa, Iwi, Mana Whenua, Lands Trust groups in a number of ways. From a marketing and communications perspective, we're currently reviewing our USPs, and we've been engaging with Tūhaurangi and other iwi to really sort of redefine what makes us unique as a destination. So that's one example of how we work with Te Arawa. In terms of film production, there's another example, working with our Te Arawa crews who have those relationships with Mana Whenua that will then enable us to access, or production crews to access land or areas that filming might take place. Another example is the forest, so working with CNI around any film production or consenting requirements to take photos and to film. Yeah, so those are some of examples from a marketing comms perspective, how we work with iwi. I know Justin and his team and Andrew also have regular sort of conversations with the likes of Rotorua No. 1 or Rotuiti around sort of development opportunities there. So it is very much in the relationship space and working with our iwi to facilitate opportunities and unlock economic potential for the region.
Okay. Are there any financial implications, or is there any reason it's not on the financial side of things?
Again, like any other stakeholder or partner, our role is largely around that facilitation involvement, as opposed to, that's pretty much the relationship side of things. So they are another stakeholder group that we engage with for certain purposes, whether it's to help ensure that we have some cultural integrity in our marketing, or we're wanting to support them or developers, Māori, non-Māori, to work together and to realise some mutual benefits.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank
you very much. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, team, for your report. Before my question and everything, I think, can I ask through you, there's a film at the moment touring New Zealand that was filmed up in the Mamaku bush, and I recall Don Patterson and you guys went up and did a site visit and saw and hoped that we might be able to retain a bit of that. But they'll keep up the good mahi with that. But the question I have is trends, which is happening right now, is one of the biggest things in our Aotearoa tourism area. Are we likely to be successful in a bid again in the future? I know whenever it's come here, they've loved being here in Rotorua. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you for the question. The only comment I can make is maybe just keep an eye out in the media this afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe, te chairmana, tēnā koutou. Thank you for a report. Just a couple of questions around, I think it's one in the non-financial area there. There's a lot of, I'll read one out, the number of projects identified in Rotorua, Destination Management Plan, I'm a big fan of that, directly delivered or supported by Rotorua NZ. So it says achieved, it's got there, created a Destination Management Dashboard created and launched on the website, ka pai, draft, workforce development strategy completed, ka pai. Manaki program launched, online training, and then there's a draft wayfinding strategy completed and all that. So all these strategies have been completed. What's the next step? Or is there another step to that?
You're on, Councillor?
Sorry, I don't know. It's on, I think, 3? Just above the one before financial. Not so much the specifics around the actual kaupapa, but there's a lot of strategies that have been completed, right? So what I'm asking is, okay, they've been completed. What's the next phase? In your opinion?
Councillor Warra, I think they're actually reporting against the statement of intent. So these are the measures that we have set.
I understand that,
them,
but I'm just thinking if there's anything being put into it.
I'm wondering if that might be better directed to our chair and Andrew rather than to the team here, who may not be across that level of detail.
Okay, sorry about that. Catch bite. I'll hold that one, and I'll move on to my next kaupapa. Just following in the tone of the questioning. Te whanaunga, Marissa, are you able to sort of outline Te Arawa's overall contribution to the tourism sector here in Rotorua?
I don't know if you can quantify that in terms of contribution, but we do know as a destination that, tourism in New Zealand started here in Rotorua in the 1800s and really positioned our city as a iconic tourism destination, and that has evolved over time. So what we know and is supported is that what makes our region unique is the Māori cultural legacy and the history in terms of tourism and how that's evolved and how that's then become a significant part of our identity. So yeah, I don't know how to quantify that in terms of the contribution Te Aroha makes. If you think about the most, like Wairiki as an example, is the most, sort of investment into the tourism landscape over the last 30 years. So, it's hard to, it's really hard to measure.
Kia ora.
It is. We do know that tourists, the number one reason tourists come to Rotorua is to experience Māori culture. Second is geothermal landscapes. So, yeah, it's significant.
Thank you.
Thank you. It doesn't appear... Oh, Mayor Tapsell, followed by Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. My questions this morning are just around the eyesight. And first of all, a massive congratulations to the Fenton Street branch who won a national eyesight competition for the highest % increase in sales across the NZ network. That's a fantastic result and really speaks to the hard work that you've presented to us today. So please go back and thank all of the eyesight team for their hard work. The question I have is actually around Red Stag and the agreed establishment of a camper van park at Waipa Mountain Bike Park. This is obviously a new offering that will be given, but also since COVID, we haven't seen a strong return necessarily of, or this is only my perception, of camper vans or backpackers. And so just wanting to know that with the establishment there, I appreciate that Council has put a lot of investment into the car park, into the shower and toilet facilities. Is there any additional investment that is anticipated, or is that a partnership specifically between Red Stag and the eyesight?
Yeah, good question, Mayor Tapsell. When we, I've been in Rotorua 30 years, I've seen the development out there, and since we've taken over the eyesight, the number of camper vans that park out there, they all came in and asked if they could stay overnight. The eyesight is involved in surveying every camper that's in Rotorua in the December through to the end of April period, and we know that the camper vans are returning in force. Our freedom camping spots are more than full, we should say. So there is a need and a requirement. So that's when I approached Red Stag and said, the customer experience here can be improved. New Zealand Camper Van Association, I've spoken to them, they're really behind it. They're full out at Ngogataha over the busy period, so we do need more space, so they're going to promote it for us as well. As far as the increased use of toilets and showers, I don't envisage there'll be a huge amount, but we have factored that in. We will take care of the cleaning and the maintenance of the toilets after hours if we do require them to be open. The camper van space is self-contained, and the other part with camper vans is rubbish. They will be encouraged to take it away, but we have our own facility there to look after that anyway, without it being incumbent on council. So I think we've got that all covered.
Councillor Patterson, you had another question?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just carrying on from that conversation, I don't know if you're responsible or if this is a council, who actually manages the freedom camping sites?
Council do. So they look after, they provide the freedom camping spots. We are just, through MB, we're funded to survey freedom campers and gather data.
Right.
They are looked after, so security is looked after through the council. So
okay,
it's not us.
I won't ask that question of you then. But I will ask, the Pulse Breakfast, when you said it was Wednesday next week, what time and where? Is it Novotel like it was last year?
Which meeting are you referring to?
The Business Pulse Breakfast launch on
15th of May.
From a poor memory, I think it's 8 a.m. at the Novotel.
Oh, great.
But RSVPs are encouraged through the Chamber of Commerce.
Great. Okay, excellent. And the TNZ engagement, Hui, on the 30th of May, is that them coming to tell us what we're aspiring to do, or is that our opportunity to tell them what we're aspiring to do?
The To my knowledge, they present to us their 4-year plan, but we have an opportunity to contribute what we feel and think to in a more personal catch up with the CEO prior to the hui.
Okay, so if somebody wanted to put in some ideas, how would they go about doing that? Through you or?
Through the office here, through Marissa.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, all three of you, for the report and your explanations. It's been really helpful and really positive seeing the developments that have happened, thanks to the work that you guys are doing. First question is just around the what you mentioned probably at the very start around the what the spa and wellness tourism has generated for Rotorua, 278 million in the last year. Just knowing that we do get into our quiet period over winter, that I'm obviously thinking that's a really strong drawing point that we can leverage for the visitor market, and I'm guessing that that's probably the work that you guys will be doing to utilise that as to get us through.
Yeah, from a destination marketing perspective, we do amplify spa and wellness offerings leading into winter.
Thank you. And second question, not entirely too sure if you guys will be the right people to answer this, but like Councillor Patterson mentioned at the Chamber, Business Chamber event, one of the comments we heard from a few of the members attending was that it's quite hard to attract investors into Rotorua or to invest here right now in developments, whether it be hotels or anything else, because of the risk, and they are a bit uncertain about the future in general, but I guess also Rotorua as a district. So I guess it's probably quite a few avenues of work that's going on
Councillor Wang,
there.
I think that might be just a little bit too wide a question for them to answer, and also it's based on just some opinions that you've heard. So I'm just wondering if we do have the launch of the My Rotorua strategy, and that's all about building confidence in Rotorua and Rotorua locals being proud about what we've got and what we can do and what we can offer, and just making sure that those sorts of comments and perceptions about Rotorua not being a good place to invest are just not right. So I think I'm
not saying that it is right. I'm just saying, you know, we heard this from
Councillor Wang, I
business
think
leaders.
we'll move on. I think it was just an opinion that you were referring to. So are there any further questions, councillors? Nope, there don't appear to be any. Can I thank you very much, Graham, Paul and Marissa, for a very detailed report, and it's really nice to see some of the rest of the team. Congratulations, Graham, once again. Number 1 and 2 in New Zealand is absolutely fantastic. And I think the My Rotorua strategy is something that we all have to look forward to, and we can all play a big part in that, particularly given that that is a key priority for this council around our reputation rebuild. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillors, just going to reorder the agenda. I'd like to deal with the matters where we have some decisions to make before we just get to the district development report. So just taking a minute, if you want to get to page 49, we'll take the decision on the pensioner housing annual rent review now. Sorry, it's a few pages to scroll through. Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report, pensioner housing annual rent review? Thank you, Councillor Waru and Councillor Lee. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, thank you, that is carried. And good morning, Thomas.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, councillors. The paper in front of you is asking to increase the rentals on the pensioner flats. You'll notice in the report that the rentals are reviewed every 3 years, and the last time we undertook this activity was in 2018, and then the next opportunity was in the middle of COVID, and there was obviously an enforced rent freeze. What we've done is we've gone to the market and done a market assessment and done a comparison of our rentals, and have also looked at the CPI adjusters over that period, and the report in front of you therefore recommends a total CPI adjustment of 22.8%, which reflects the CPI over that period. As a comparison, so what the impact of this on our tenants will be in the range of $20 to $30, depending on which unit they're in. As a comparison, over this period, the pension for a solo person living by themselves in 2018 was $460 a week, and is now $607, so that's increased by $147 in comparison to the proposed increase of $20 to $30. So their pensions have substantially increased in comparison to that. Also in comparison to some of our neighbours, we've done a look as well. So we seem to be in a similar range to Taupo and South Waikato, who for their smaller units are charging $135 and $155 respectively, but in comparison to, say, Western Bay's $198 a week, Waipa $266 a week, and Matamata $230. So you can see that there is a wide range, and even the rentals that we are proposing towards the bottom quartile with regards to where those rentals sit across a wider area. So with that, happy to answer any questions the members may have.
Thank you, Thomas, for the presentation. I just had one question, is that we've got some units that have been done up, so there are different standards of amenity. So would there be a differentiation, or would you look at a differentiation in rent for those?
We don't have at the moment, but that is something that we can look at and see if we can implement. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Thomas. On page 51, so looking at the various costs in that, say, pick an example, Fenton Park, our biggest one, Lucas Place, and that, going from 98 so 22% would take it up to where when you say 30? So we're looking at taking it up to $120 or something?
Yeah, so that's the orange column in the middle, which would be option 2, so that 22% increase. So, and what that shows is that per change ranges from $19.80 for our Rafiri flats for their bed sits, being the lowest, to the highest being $29.51 for the Kahikatea Street flats, because some of our flats are different. So the column in grey down the very far side is what they originally charged. So if we start at the top, Nongataha, Dawson Street, $111, and the proposal will be a $25.36 increase, taking it to $136.57. So that's how, hope that helps with regards to reading the table.
All right.
Yeah. So I think, as I said, councillors, the range is $19 or $20 to $30 is where the majority of them sit.
Right. And we all talk about it, we get a housing crisis, but we've only filled 3 of those units. We've got 29 done up, haven't we?
So we have 27 odd vacant, yes.
27 vacant.
And some of the councillors were taken through those and saw that the refurbishment that's needed. We have 7 waiting to be filled, and as soon as this decision has been made, we will be looking to fill 7 of those. And of the remaining 20, we have a program of work that we're working through with regards to the refurbishment, and as they're refurbished, they too will be filled.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? No, there don't appear to be any. Can I have a mover and a second then to... Thank you. Oh, sorry. For the motion, thank you, Councillor Brown, that the committee resolves that the preferred option for the annual rent review is to increase the weekly rent per unit by CPI of 22.8% in line with the policy, and that the committee notes that under the Residential Tenancy Act's 1986, 60 days written notice must be provided to the tenants before the changes can take effect. I've had that moved by Councillor Brown, seconded by Councillor Waru. Any discussion on this, councillors? Councillor Lee. Oh, sorry, Councillor Brown, did you want to speak first? Sorry, as the mover, and then I'll take.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While the percentage seems like a large and ouchy number, it is a long time between rates rises. So it says 5 years, but it's roughly 6 years that we haven't had an increase, and we've understood the reasons why. But it's still good value at the current prices compared to elsewhere. So I think it's hard, but it's reasonable. So I support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the good pleasure of meeting many of the occupiers of these pensioner flats during the long-term plan presentations. I think I didn't encounter any headwinds from them about an impending increase in their rates. They understand that they get a very, very good deal, and it's come as no surprise to them that a rent increase is coming, and obviously they're understanding and accepting of that, so I'll be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Any further discussion? No? There doesn't appear to be any. I think that the recommendation shows that it's well under market, and obviously there's a huge demand for these. So for those pensioners that are lucky to be able to be in a council pensioner flat, although the increase percentage-wise sounds large, but if you calculate that across the 6-year period, it probably isn't quite so big. Plus, there have been substantial increases in income and adjustments and superannuation. So in the scheme of things, had it been adjusted year on year on year, we wouldn't have had such a big increase. So whilst it does look big because we're doing an adjustment after a substantial period of time, I think that it probably is fair in the circumstances. So happy to support that. So if there are... Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I hear what you're saying and what Councillor Lee says, but tenants there are elderly and vulnerable and they're hurting, but we do have a policy that's been around for a long time. So in a sense, reluctantly, I'm supporting the recommendation here, but yeah, $30 is not too bad. It's pretty reasonable, I think, but they're hurting.
Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. Councillor Patterson.
With your indulgence, Madam Chair, this kōrero has popped in a question in my mind. If somebody can't, if they are that stretched that they can't make this increase, is there a process where they can put their case to us?
I think I'm getting a no because basically it is way below market rent, and there would be a 60-day notice period, but obviously as a council we would be mindful of individual tenant circumstances. So whilst there isn't probably a blanket policy around that, I'm sure the staff would do whatever they can to assist anyone that was in financial difficulty.
Thank you, I would hope so.
Any further questions? Otherwise, Councillor Waru, you seconded the motion. Do you wish to...
Yes, thank you. I'll just speak, I speak in support of the kaupapa here to the CPI adjustment. You know, if you think about it, over 6 years, that's what, if it's $30 max going up, that's like $5 each year moving forward. It's not a lot, yes. You know, it's an increase, but I'm glad that that Thomas, where we sit in terms of where other councils provide housing. The main thing is we're looking at our kaumātua, our koike, and I still think, you know, this still gives them stability they'll work that one out, and you know, moving forward, I'm so glad we're not in the market. We're not doing the market value. That's just not, that will never work. So I support the option 2 there, that we go up CPI adjustment, and I think it's a good thing, because we have to pay bills too, as well. So everybody's got to feel the pain a little bit. So kia ora tātou.
Thank you very much, Councillor Waru. Councillor Brown, as the mover, did you wish to have a right of reply?
In the absence of anyone speaking against, I'll only be repeating the positive comments that have been said already.
Well, I think we'll now put that motion to the vote. So all those in favour, please raise their hand. Against? Thank you, that is carried. Sorry, what was that? Abstaining? Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Moving now to page 54 of your agendas. So this is the Community Funding Investment Policy Review. Can I ask for a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Thank you, Councillor Brown, seconded by Councillor Patterson. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Thank you, that is carried. And good morning, JP, Kellyanne and Jill. So you're going to overview the report.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Look, I'll hand directly on to these two. They've got a short presentation which just shows how this policy review aligns, or is intended to align with your decisions around the LTP, just so that we're ready to begin a new financial year with a policy in place ready for implementation.
Over to you, Jill. Morena. So this morning we're going to walk through the purpose of the community funding policy. Last it was reviewed was 2021, and the policy states that it will be reviewed alongside the long-term plan. So the purpose of the policy is to guide council in the allocation of community funding to community groups, organisations, etc. within the Rotorua district. The policy supports community alignment and contribution toward council outcomes and priorities, as well as the needs of communities and neighbourhoods to be safe, thriving, and resilient. The policy also provides guidelines around the application process, eligibility, and allocation and management of the funding. So there are 3 funding pots within the policy. We are including the Neighbourhood Matching Fund, community grants, and partnership agreements. So the Neighbourhood Matching Fund is our volunteer contribution matching fund. We have small grants and large grants. The small grants are under $5,000 and the large grants are $20K and under. The small fund is open annually, so we can get applications from non-for-profits, but we can also get applications from small community groups that align with another organization that will umbrella their application. So it's quite an accessible fund, and a number of you actually have aligned with organizations that you work with that have applied for it. The total fund allocation is $120,000 annually, and over that 3-year period, we've had 46 recipients of the Neighbourhood Matching Fund. Community grants and partnership agreements are 3-year secured funding. So community grants are $1,000 to $5,000. They are allocated to small to medium-sized community organizations. The total fund is $105,000 annually, and there are 44 small to medium-sized community organizations that receive community grants. Partnership agreements are basically our large grants. They are alongside established community organizations that align to council's outcomes and priorities. These grants range between $5,000 and $40,000. The total fund is $210,000, and there are 15 recipients of partnership agreements. Of note, the Community Youth Centre is a recipient of a partnership agreement, but they do not receive funds. Their alignment is with regards to their lease subsidy. So just a general overview of the highlights of the community funding is that the fund allows alignment of council outcomes, but also community outcomes of what community wants to achieve. The estimated volume of reach of council funding is around or over 20,000. Sustainable funding practices. So this is with regards to the other funding, other funders within the community. So we co-fund things together. And a sustainable model means that no organization is sustainable if they only have one funding source. So council's contribution is just another line in the community funding alignment. In 2023-2024 alone, the Neighbourhood Matching Fund leveraged $437,444 worth of volunteer contribution towards community activities. So the Neighbourhood Matching Fund focuses solely on events and projects. And so that's pretty much a 264% return on council's investment. The community sector deliver a more holistic and preventative approach to safety. So looking at that as a council priority, when the community is applying for funding for projects or a community grant, for example, they very often are focusing more on collaboration and connection versus safety enforcement. So the policy review happens and takes place in parallel with the long-term plan. The rationale for this is that the long-term plan comes up with the funding envelope, and the community policy, we will be looking at advertising and looking at funding applications coming through. If we did that in a separate process, potentially it means there's a funding lag. And organizations that traditionally have gotten funding from council, it could create a 3 or 4 month gap in receiving funding. So we do this in a parallel process, so there's no funding lag. Funding level adjustments, again, are part of the long-term plan consultation document, but there are definitely implications for communities. So we try not to have a long timeline in between. So the proposed changes based on engagement with our stakeholders and also doing a review of best practice nationally and internationally. Some of the changes to the policy are minor wordsmithing, and then other bits are just around some of the feedback received from applicants who think really they're minor changes, but they would be helpful in the way that we deliver our funding. So basically looking at a name change to the policy, so community funding policy rather than community funding investment policy. Review of the reporting process to reflect community impact. So we want it to be measurable, and we want to be able to report back to council in probably a clearer format to say these are the implications, these are the impacts that council's funding make with and for the community. The Neighbourhood Matching Fund, we would like to change the name to the Community Matching Fund. There's been some confusion around it being Neighbourhood Matching Fund. Amend Neighbourhood Matching Fund food allowance. So for probably as long as I've been involved in council, the CAI allocation for the Neighbourhood Matching Fund is $200. And the community has fed back that that's not enough. Even when you're looking at a community barbecue, in running some community events, that's not really paying for the prawa, let alone the sausages. So just things to consider, making sure that what we're providing is effective to allow the community to join, and CAI is a real strong piece there. So also looking with regards to inclusion, so we just need to amend, previously we had talked about council's 2030 goals. We need to now align it with our new council's priorities. We will include scope, and that also looks at the scope of the policy is not just for the applicants, it's also for staff and elected members that are reviewing applications that come through. Social enterprises in eligible applicants, and the funding panel representation, conflicts of interest, intellectual property of applicants. So just making sure that those sorts of things are included within the policy. When I'm mentioning the intellectual property of applicants, again, it's that people have taken the time to think ideas and have thoughts around what has been put forward in an application that therefore should not be duplicated or repeated by people in the funding panel when they are outside of that room. And looking at exclusions, so the Te Rākau Tūpākeri Fund was a COVID response fund, and that allocation, the time and allocation for that fund has expired, so we'd like to remove that from the policy. Building or resource consents or development contributions. So as it stands, with regards to the Neighbourhood Matching Fund, organizations could use an application to apply for a building consent. And we're really, I guess the risk here is that we could approve 5 building consents or resource consents and we have no putia left in the fund. So I guess what comes back there is organizations applying to council to pay for council services, and there is a bit of a risk in that space. The purchase of vehicles or alcohol, we want to ensure that that is excluded. Travel and accommodation, and any costs associated with fundraising. So again, those are what we're looking to exclude from council spend. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Jill. Questions from councillors? Councillor Patterson, followed by Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report. Just on that exclusions, when it talks about fundraising, let's say Group B wants to do a marketing campaign, they want to print some posters, do a bit of social media advertising, which does cost. That is no longer possible. They have to do that themselves.
Through you, Madam Chair. Really what we're looking at is just ensuring that it's not taken advantage of. If an organization is running a free community event for the community, that is eligible to apply for funding to the Neighbourhood Matching Fund. If it's solely for the purpose of fundraising, no.
Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the report, team. Just a couple of questions, actually. Can you just explain why social enterprises have been included this time as if they weren't before?
Through you, Madam Chair. Looking at best practice, really, and providing the opportunity for some of our local businesses to put that social enterprise pull tie on and allow them the opportunity to dabble in the in our community sector. There are opportunities for local businesses to provide great opportunities for the community sector to benefit from their knowledge. For example, it might be that they have really great experience with regards to governance, and they can provide that support to a local not-for-profit. So really, social enterprise is trying to provide scope on a case-by-case basis. If we had an application come from an organization that is a business but has a social arm to what they do, there is scope to look at that.
Thank you, that explains it. And also, I just noticed on page 67, which is part of the policy, the term community wellbeing has actually been removed, and I wonder whether it's still quite a key focus of what community groups do, and just by leaving it in there, it allows to encompass more of what these groups do. That's just a commentary from me. Is it something that can be edited or no?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, we agree. And I don't know if that, I'm just trying to find it.
It's on our agenda, page 67, so that is, I don't know on yours.
So if I can just step in through you, Madam Chair, the changing in wording there has been to align with the current council's priorities and the 9 key outcomes. But if you would like, if it would please the council to include well-being, then we would happily include that.
Thank you. I just see it as one of the key priorities that we're sort of obliged to actually do as a council anyway. Thank you.
I think Councillor Barker, through the long-term plan and prior to that we've articulated the community outcomes, and effectively this is just aligning that policy to the current priorities that this council has set and also the current community outcomes that we've agreed upon. So I think it's probably just more of a nuance in terms of the wording as opposed to we're doing things totally differently from before, if that covers the concern that you have.
Sorry, just to clarify why I asked the question, is that when community groups are applying, they have to demonstrate that they are meeting the key outcomes of the council, and there is no real specific mention of wellbeing in those 9 priorities as such, and this is the only reference I could find to wellbeing in the whole process of the funding. That's why I asked. Thank you.
I think perhaps this, Jill, and before you talked about impact, so I think it's around, I suppose, partly subjective as well as the impact to a community. So I don't know if you wanted to make any further comment in response to Councillor Barker about how you would measure or account for the use of the funds and the impact on our community.
Through you, Madam Chair, it definitely has been a desire from the community groups that we work with that well-being is included in the policy. And again, it comes down to interpretation. So it will be a call of the council around that wording with regards to the priorities versus the role of local government and where well-being sits.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, was it your? Thank you. Councillor Maxwell, followed by Her Worship.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jill and Kerry Ann. You guys do a tremendous job in these very challenging times we're having here, and it's continued on since COVID. I support the community funding policy that you've come up with, and you've obviously worked through all the issues and the recommendations there. I think they're good, especially for the well-being that we're wanting to be talking about. Down to my question is, can I ask, when you talked about the $437,000 of voluntary time and efforts, does that include with the tremendous job that the CAB, the Rotorua Citizens Advice Bureau, their hours and their time that they put in as well?
Through you, Madam Chair, Carl, that's just with regards to the Neighbourhood Matching Fund. We would say that the reach of the funding would be over 20,000. Well, the CAB alone, and they really are a volunteer service, is over 11,000.
Yep. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. Your Worship, the Mayor.
Thank you. I do have a question around measuring outcomes, but first of all, if I could please just respond about the wellbeing that got brought up. I'll just remind everyone, in 2019, the Labor government introduced the 4 wellbeings into the Local Government Act, and it was at that time that wellbeing became, like a topical word for councils. Since then, it has consistently been difficult for councils to be able to measure that, and my personal view is that actually government should be playing a key role in wellbeing, especially around social services and health. So there's always a line that we must draw as councils with our limited resources, and I think a lot of advocacy that we could be putting on government agencies for them to do their job well, so that we can continue to focus on doing our job well with the very limited resources that we have through ratepayers funding. So my question, and thank you very much for mentioning that the funding needs to be measurable as well. I think especially in these tough economic and financial times, our community will be expecting us to only be investing and providing financial assistance to organisations and to projects that our community will feel a benefit from as well. and it is important that it's directly connected with positive impacts for our people. So there is always difficulty when some of these funds are towards administration costs as opposed to something that's practical and tangible and makes a difference in our locals' lives. So just a question around how we intend to measure the key outcomes. Is this going to be part of a update or report that the successful applicants will have to give to Council to show that they have achieved what they intended to when they applied for the funding?
Through you, Madam Chair, we're working on that as we speak. So looking at the partnership agreements, for example, Philanthropy New Zealand, there are a few other Smarty grants, Bay Trust, Rotorua Trust. We're all looking at how do we measure the impacts of the investment and the dollars spent. So there are some key questions that should be asked even within the application process, and then being able to measure the achievements over time. So as partnership agreements are a 3-year fund, that we're able to look at what have the impacts been, how do we measure that, what is the purpose, the why of the organization, so what is the purpose and how are they showing that they're achieving, how do they show that they're achieving the outcomes that they want to achieve, or how are they achieving the change they want to make. So really it's around those very specific questions. And it's around, in the past we've asked those questions, but they need to be wordsmiths so that we can measure them.
Thank you. Councillor Waru, followed by Councillor Brown.
Tēnā koe te chairmana ho tira tēnā koutou Kelly, JP, ngami teo, tai hua tō reo Māori, kia kaha. Just wanted to ask around I think Councillor Patterson touched on it around the fundraising kaupapa there. Just before that, on another side, you had, I think, $200 to $500, taking it up $500 for kai. So if that was being used for barbecue, whatever, I think at a community event, which actually was still a fundraising event, does that sort of clash, or does that still fit?
Through you, Madam Chair, with regards to that example, we wouldn't see it as Council has contributed towards a kai, and then they're selling a sausage sizzle for $2 a head. We've provided that funding to provide the kai is the connector, and so it's sharing kai in that process. We wouldn't expect that they are fundraising off of the contribution that Council has made.
Gotcha, thank you for that clarification. And just the other question I had, obviously I support the changes that have been made here. I do, however, want to make mention that I do take on board Councillor Barker's kōrero around the wellbeing kaupapa, and also te manukura's kōrero as well. It's a hard one to measure. However, I think, these community groups don't, they've always got something at the heart of their kaupapa. So I'm not too thinking about it, as long as they know that, and we know that funding is going to the right place. Anyway, the 3-year secured funding, is that, so a community organisation puts in for the grant and they get 10 years, 3 years of funding for $10K a year. So is that how that's worked? Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm sort of following on from Your Worship's comments around the burden of the stuff on the ratepayer, but my thinking is more around the burden on the recipients, and you've talked about how do we measure and the hoops that they have to jump through, but you've also talked about collaboration with the other funding organisations. Have we thought about the cost of our delivery and the burden on the recipients and how we might make that easier for them in collaboration with the other organisations? Because all of those groups are well known, well proven, doing essential work mostly. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Through you, Madam Chair. We meet with those funders on a monthly basis. So we basically have a funding forum with local funders. And we have discussed a centralized model of reporting. With regards to community grants, the reporting, for both partnership agreements and community grants, it's an annual report. But what we've required from partnership agreement recipients has been their AGM minutes. Basically, so we get their financials, their AGM documentation, sorry. So we have their strategic plan, their financials, and their annual report, rather than having to duplicate a variety of reporting. So it's actually quite a simple report that they require anyway. With regards to community grants, and they are much smaller funds, there is one annual report that we have done alongside our researchers. So it's a very simplified kind of, the majority of it is kind of yes/no questions. But there are things in there that we are able to measure, and we're able to see where the shifts are when we fund an organization. So for example, in the past, we've asked some focus areas of what their organization is funding, and we can see through that reporting there's been a shift. So previously, through community grants, there had been more effort put in to whānau experiencing poverty, where this year the focus has been more on whānau themselves. So the poverty piece wasn't as resourced, which is quite interesting. So the reporting, it feeds back to us what these organizations are delivering and the impacts they have on the community alongside what council's priorities are. So it is not onerous, it's not onerous with regards to the community grants.
Question for you, Madam Chair, perhaps, or JP. Do we review how we do these things? I'm not saying what we do, but how we do it. And is there a more efficient way of doing things? Is that ever reviewed?
Through Madam Chair, my understanding, and it probably refers back to last year, there was decisions about the scale of funds and whether we outsourced funds in the previous annual plan, which and also the level of funding, and I think that elicited a substantial amount of submissions in last year's process. I think it's incumbent on us to regularly review, and we would continue to do that. You have some decision making about the funding levels. For us, there is a question more widely, and we'll have to look at it again and making sure we're efficient around reporting and efficient about our relationships with our partner organisations who also fund. So all of those give us a chance to fine-tune outside a discussion that, for example, was run last year about a more substantive change in how we delivered the service.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Brown? Thank you. Are there any further questions, councillors? I'm just mindful we're just after 11. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. It's a really good to see the work that you've done on this. It all looks pretty helpful and in order. I appreciate the openness and transparency of the where the money has gone, and it's helpful for us to understand what's where this is all going. There's obviously a lot of noble and worthy causes out there which are benefiting, and it's really good to see. My only surprise was looking at the neighbourhood matching fund. There's 30% of the whole fund, $20,000, goes to the Miss Rotorua Foundation. Is that was that any comments that you might like to make on that one? Or?
I think, Councillor Lee, there was actually a funding panel that has allocated those funds. It's probably a bit difficult for staff to talk to the funding allocation, given that it was done by an independent panel. Do you have another question, Councillor Lee?
No, that was my only question. It's just a big number to an odd recipient, I thought.
Thank you. I think if there are no further questions, I know the CE's just got one final comment to make, and then I think we'll break for morning tea, and then we'll come back and we'll have the discussion at that point. So I'm just going to hand over to Andrew for a quick comment.
Thank you, it won't take long. Just a couple of very minor points. The first one is in your discussion, obviously you're going to consider the level of funding, which is not for today's discussion, but that's through the long-term plan. So just wanted to remind everyone of that. And the other one is, as you know, what I like to do with policies is the purpose of policies is to help our staff serve our customers. So in view of making that as simple as possible, it's really helpful that this policy guides staff, and I'm looking at it from that point of view, and in that point of view, being quite clear that we're evaluating the merits against the priorities adopted by the council gives some very clear direction to staff, as opposed to a more general understanding of well-being. So I'll just say from a staff perspective and giving staff very clear guidance on how to evaluate applications, the use of those reference to those 9 council priorities is quite useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew, for that. I think we'll take the morning tea break now, so if we could come back at 11:25. Thank you, councillors. Now, so I think at the end, before the morning adjournment, we had finished the question session. So now I'd ask for a mover and a seconder to adopt the updated community funding policy 24 to 27. Moved Councillor Waru, seconded by Councillor Brown. All those in favour? Oh, sorry, no. What am I? Getting ahead of myself here. Let's open this up for discussion. So we'll go with Councillor Waru first as the mover.
I'll reserve my thing for the end. Thank you.
Councillor Brown? Okay, Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hopefully with your indulgence, sorry, I have a question, but not so much for the staff. Just as a reminder, last year we brought up, I think during the annual plan deliberations, we brought up the possibility of looking at the operational side through either a third party or some other entity on these sorts of grants.
Recording in progress.
And I just wonder where this policy sits alongside that, or where we're up to, if that is now dead and buried, or if it's still alive. Just some sort of direction from the chair, please.
Thank you for that. Councillor O'Brien, I'm just wondering. Perhaps I'll just ask the CE just to quickly comment on that, Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So what I'd say is that the policy now, should you adopt it, will inform operationally how we set up the execution of the policy, and that will likely happen in the next couple of months. So I'm not quite sure what was kicked off through the annual plan process last year, but certainly the implementation of a streamlined implementation of how these applications are processed is something that that definitely you can expect me to come back to you with in the next 3 months.
Thank you for that, Andrew. So, did you want to talk to the motion, Councillor O'Brien, or are you? Thank you. So, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just have to say, for the Neighbourhood Matching Fund, a 264% return on investment. I doubt there would be any of our investments that deliver that. That's pretty impressive. And the feedback that was talked about in the change, the impact of the grants, of how that actually impacts on our community. Now, I was on the Neighbourhood Matching Fund, the larger grants panel. Now, I haven't heard of any outcomes from any of that yet, even though we've still got a bit of time till the end of the financial year, other than Tātou Pōnamu, because I'm directly involved. Now, what I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that these projects can show what a council and community partnership can deliver to our community. So let's take a small one. Let's say a group got $5,000 and they decided they were going to beautify a portion of the Utihina stream that had been covered in rubbish and blackberry and was impassable. If they had taken before shots and after shots saying, oh, it's all nicely landscaped now and people using it and enjoying it, we could then use that in our social media on our My Rotorua platform to show the good work of what we're doing with our community, rather than just us all the time. This is about our community stepping up to the plate. And what that does is it reinforces the purpose of these funds, but at the same time, it shows to our community that, you know, you can work with council, you can achieve positive outcomes in our community, and it shows real progress, and it might inspire others to put their hand up and go, well, I might step up and do something for my neighbourhood. How can we get involved in this? So I absolutely think this whole community funding policy is a great step. I was a bit apprehensive at first when I saw it come up in the agenda. I thought, oh no. But no, it's a good cope-up, and I thoroughly support it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Patterson. Any further comments? Your Worship, followed by Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Just a quick point before I do make my comment, just on page 69, if it could be noted, it mentions that panel will be appointed, but that the Mayor will appoint that panel, just so that it's clear on who who is actually appointing, but we look forward to having others involved in that. I did just want to note that I'm very pleased to see the new council priorities come into here as part of looking at community funding and wanting to ensure that our community sees the benefit from it. I think that it's fantastic that we do have priorities in there like community safety, like housing, which have been not only priorities for this council but a reflection of the immense need within our community for these areas. So it's very timely that we are refreshing this policy, and we look forward to the continued benefits that will come from it, as well as making sure that we are able to measure practically the benefits that come from it, because I know our community certainly is in a financial position where they won't want us to be giving money away without ensuring that it is an investment into our community and a better place for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. Just in terms of a point of clarification then, so given that page 69 refers to specific people, would we be seeking to just make sure that we update that policy to amend it that the Mayor appoints the funding panels?
Yes, yeah. Just at the moment, it just reads that will be appointed without mentioning who does the appointment. So I'm just making sure that
gives whoever that reserves the right for the Mayor who has the power of appointment to committees under the current delegations.
Yes.
So be determined by who worship the Mayor or by the Mayor.
And then the rest goes on as per.
Well, then the rest would not be required because the Mayor would then make the appointments.
Well, then I do have an issue with that then. Because they still make an appointment, but this clearly stipulates where those appointments will be made from.
Oh, sorry, yeah, my addition is only the addition of the word Mayor, not a change to the rest of the wording as added as it is.
So two councillors down of a rural lakes community, so you'll pick from that.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that.
Thank you. Any further? Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. During question time, I did indicate that I'm very happy with the work that's been done by our staff, Jill and Kerry Ann. On page 56, the Partnership Agreements Fund is performing well based on community uptake and outcomes achieved in communities. Then they quoted an area. Some recipients, such as the Citizens Advice Bureau, have reported record high service delivery in the reporting and funding period. And I was pleased to hear them say that they take their minutes from the AGM, and that sometimes is one of the criteria area. And I've tried to attend a lot of their AGMs, and yep, they do an absolutely tremendous job in our community, people like CAB. We're going to need them through these challenging times. I'm supporting the motions.
Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. I think we've heard a number of councillors speak in favour. Are there any against before I go back to the mover? It appears to be Councillor Waruru. Councillor Brown.
Tēnā koe. Te chairmana, nothing too much from me, but tautoko ana I ngā kōrero nei, I support. Obviously, I moved it, so I think we just get on with it. And just want to, I've heard a few comments, and I think this is the policy, and I think we're talking about, and I just discussed with Councillor Brown over here, maybe the distribution model around how things are allocated is a different kaupapa again, and I think we'll probably get into that after the LTP settles. So, koina noho tāku, kia ora tātou.
Thank you very much, Councillor Waru. So with that word, the Mayor, in that section around the panel, all those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Thank you, that is carried. Thank you very much, councillors. Moving on now to the progress report for the Community and District Development. So can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the progress report? Thank you. Moved Councillor Lee, seconded Councillor Barker. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Thank you. Carried. Welcome, JP. You've got quite a comprehensive report there, so perhaps we'll take the report as read unless you want to just highlight any key areas.
Sorry, Madam Chair, which page are we going
Page 18 now. We've
Thank
gone
you.
backwards, back to the reports. Perhaps just take a minute to get back to page 18.
Madam Chair, definitely, I think that's the best approach. There's a lot of content in this progress report that may elicit some questions, so happy to answer off any questions.
I'll just give the councillors a couple of minutes just to get to the page in the agenda. Question from Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I'm interested in your report on the Rainbow Storytime, given that it's struck such a nerve throughout New Zealand. It's echoing in the sense that the whole nationwide tour has been cancelled. I'd just like to acknowledge the event was cancelled for security reasons in light of the counter-protest. When I look at the counter-protest for the Posey Parker event, where an elderly woman, aged 70 plus, was punched in the face, there were serious, I agree that there were potential serious issues on that basis.
Have you got a question, Councillor Lee?
Yeah, I'm getting there, Madam Chair. A little patience, we'll get there.
Perhaps if we ask the questions and we leave the commentary till when we're in debate. Thank you.
So I'm interested in the comment that you have here on page 30. So there's going to be a review and development of policies and procedures, and there's a comment there about operational, not governance. Would you like to clarify what you mean there?
Councillor, yes, I think one of the things that the library focus area is, and we've tried to just highlight in the review stuff, the international best practice and the views of what a library is there for. So again, those are picked up on from an international perspective and down into a local perspective. And so it's about providing that diversity of opportunity and access. So obviously that's the focus of our library and collections, and obviously you've highlighted that this has had a national discussion. It's certainly been picked up by those national bodies involved in libraries as well, just to look at how they see events and also see security and protection of people to exercise those rights. So that's part of the library material that's now being developed.
Jackie, I just wanted, perhaps I'll ask Andrew just to make a comment.
I believe the question was around the operations versus governance. My view is, in terms of the health and safety and the day-to-day management and operation of all our venues, that is an operational matter, and the policy will address the right balance of the core purposes of our different venues, including the library, with our obligations as health and safety representatives and people responsible for the health and safety of the venues and those using them.
So is this a policy that's coming to the elected members for consideration?
It's not my intention to bring this policy to elected members. This is an operational health and safety policy that we'll be updating.
That's only a health and safety policy, or is it to do with the events that are potentially hosted at the library?
It will be a policy on the procedures for booking our events, with a primary focus on the health and safety of both staff, the venue, and participants.
Okay, so
and to answer your question, I do believe it is an operational policy rather than a governance one.
I think the C's answered your question, Councillor Lee, so it's not normally our realm to delve into health and safety issues and how that's implemented throughout the council. That is the realm of the CE. So do you have another question?
I certainly do. My follow-up question is, under this policy, and this is a question that many in the community would like an answer to, would it be, given that the drag queens are adult entertainers, would there be other kinds of adult entertainers that would be welcome to perform at the library?
A point of order, Madam Chair, misrepresentation. They weren't giving story times as adult entertainers. They were members of the community.
Oh, I understand that.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. I think that where you're going with this is that we've just said that the CE will look at an operational policy, so do you have another question or do you wish to reframe that question?
Sure. If this policy is not going to come to the elected members, how does this comply with the purpose of the Local Government Act, which is to enable democratic local decision making?
I think it's not our requirement to look at health and safety. I think the CE has answered that. So I think we'll move on, Councillor Lee, unless you have another question.
Yes, my question that is not being answered pertains to the non-safety part of the policy. So obviously this particular policy seems to be an odd one out. We've just adopted a community funding policy. I'm wondering why this wouldn't be coming to the elected members when it's obviously going to be dealing with non-safety issues.
I think the CE has enunciated that it is to do with health and safety issues, so we don't need any further discussion on that at this stage. So are there any further questions, councillors? Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Your Worship. I've got a few. How's your bum feeling on the chair? You might be there for a while. Page 24, trolleys. Conversations with businesses are ongoing, aiming for permanent solution and related costs being absorbed by the businesses going forward. My understanding is we dealt with this when Anaru Piwharangi was in that chair. So who's paying for this now? Are we still paying for this?
Yes, we have been running a trial, councillor, where we've been augmenting the businesses who have been collecting their own trolleys. So there was a discussion probably about 6 months ago that this numbers of trolleys that were being seen around the CBD, Glenholm, Fenton Park particularly, was unacceptable. So we called a meeting with the businesses who have trolleys, and we talked to them about running a pilot for a couple of months to clearly identify how much time was required if we used a third-party provider to collect the trolleys, whose trolleys they were, and so that gave a better understanding and also those businesses a better understanding of how successful their own collection operations were versus what the residual trolleys were in our community. So my understanding, the team are meeting with those business owners in the next week or so. A meeting that was meant to be held a couple of weeks ago was postponed, so they're going to reconvene that, and we're going to have a discussion then about this is the compositions of the trolleys, these were the locations, this was the number of hours involved in the collection process, how do we get a successful community outcome? So at the moment we've been funding that trial.
Right, okay, thank you. Then page 25, while better cooperation between services seems to be the reason portrayed in the graphs, which are quite impressive, couldn't it also be interpreted as a rise in criminal activity? We're talking about the CCTV and the arrests that have gone. It seems to have increased quite dramatically in the last month. Page 25. Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm not sure what the question is and whether JP is actually able to answer that. Do you want to reframe the question?
Well, it's been portrayed here as it's only because of reporting and the use of the graph has increased, that it's only because of reporting. I think this might have even been discussed last month. But what I'm concerned about is that if you look at that graph, it could actually say something completely different because crime has gone up.
I think it says CCT incidents observed and the outcomes, so
And
I'm not
arrests
sure what
made.
you're saying is correct there, Councillor.
Well, I'm just saying it could be interpreted. Could it be interpreted as that, or is it only purely based on the CCTV?
I think it's probably a difficult question for JP to interpret.
So, Councillor, you'll be aware that when you adopted the safety plan last year, some of the key actions that as a council you signed up to was an increase in our CCTV coverage. So we added additional staff hours and coverage levels. So correspondingly, when we have staff in position for longer hours, they are seeing more. So one of the things that you're seeing, and that's why our graphs are very specific about what our staff with an increased number of hours are observing and working directly with the police. Overall picture of crime for the city or the community is a question you need to direct to the police.
Right, fair enough, understand that.
So I think the CE just wanted to add a few comments to that as well.
Look, thank you to you, Chair. I just want to be clear about the terminology we use. These are incidents. I think leaping to the conclusion that there's crime involved, I think is not supported by the data here. We're talking about incidents that have been referred, and as JP has articulated, some of them are going to police. We have no idea whether those translate into conclusions such as crime, so it might be helpful to avoid the supposition that it's
jumping to conclusions. Yes. Right, thank you. So on to the housing side of things. Page 19, consent planning. In March, 50 proposed houses, 18 limited discretionary activities and 1 controlled activity. What's limited and controlled?
Councillors, rather than getting myself into trouble with my teams about my understanding of the RMA and the specifics, I can circulate to you all the different breakdowns of the consent criteria. So basically, it's a level of discretion. So often we have a situation, and I think there's a media story coming out recently or coming out soon, which talks to limited discretion. So we can't decline an application of certain types, but it's the conditions that are attached to it. So there's varying levels of control we have over issuing a consent, yes, no, and the way we can frame or influence the conditions on those. So I will get you the sort of the 101 RMA of those conditions, and I can circulate
JP, I think I'll just capture that as an action point and for the staff to make that available to all councillors.
Just won't be much longer, Madam Chair. In 2024, 416 constructed homes, 66 were consented by Consentium, 350 by, I take it that's us, RLC, equates to 16% by Consentium, which is only a slight increase on the previous year. However, do the properties built by the likes of Tony Bradley, Classic Builders, Three Dukes Homes, 4KO, are they included in our consenting, or are they included under Consentium?
They're our consents. And again, the consents coming through for some of those are either, there's a mix of resource consents, and Consentium is Kāinga Ora's building consent authority. So remember, that is only to build the house. So all applications, whether they're Kāinga Ora or a private, for requiring a resource consent, come to Rotorua Lakes Council.
Right, thank you. And getting on to my final topic, we had a wonderful visit, and I must say thank you for lobbying to get Darren Toy and Deputy CE Central Daniel Sutton to come and meet with us on the 13th of March. I had hoped that we would see some lessening of the concern in the community. I would have to say that by the feedback I'm getting, it's only increased the amount of conversation going on about this subject. So recently I've received a copy of a document called the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund Housing Outcomes Agreement, which lists Kāinga Ora, Watchman Capital and Rotorua District Council as the 3 signatures. And then we have the Infrastructure Acceleration Funding Agreement, which is directly between Kāinga Ora and RLC, and no mention of Watchman, and yet both of them talk about the same number of houses being delivered from the agreement. So they're almost identical, just a little bit different wording. So just to get it right, Kāinga Ora is the funder, RLC is the funding recipient, Watchman Capital is the developer. This is under the IAF Housing Outcomes Agreement. The point I'm trying to make is, who is Watchman Capital? I've been told that they are a government arm like KO, but work with MHUD. Is that correct?
Councillor, there's a lot to unpack there, but the information you received about Watchman Capital is incorrect.
Incorrect.
Incorrect. Watchman Capital is a housing developer, private housing developer.
Right, that's great. Thank you, I'm glad to hear that. So last question is, all three parties are listed as landowners with development locations in Central and Western, total to be completed 2023-2031, 3,086 dwellings, even though KO said they can't go past 2025 because of the Bill English review. There were sites considered in the agreement, including Rotorua Racecourse. How is that in there when that lease is still going?
There's a lot to unpack in there, Councillor. So we'll go back to the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund was a $1 billion fund set up by government. It gave the administration of that fund and distribution of that fund to Kaingaora. So that's why Kaingaora is there as a fund distributor, separate to their role in providing public homes. So they've got quite a few opportunities within that in Kaingaora to deliver different functions. So there's two parts there. You have heard Stavros and I talk in the past that we made an application to the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund for the central and western part of the city. The Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, and I think it's probably worth me labouring through some of this, so apologies for the protracted nature of my answer. The IAF fund was set up to unlock housing development. It was first anticipated that it would be a one-to-one relationship. One pipe, simplistically, to a housing development. So you have a fund to somebody, a contract to deliver that pipe. So there's somebody who gets a grant to put that pipe in to achieve a set of housing outcomes. And housing development agreements or housing are what's in place. So the government had taken a view saying, if we give you this $1 for this one pipe and you're going to build two houses, you're signing up to build those two houses. Our approach had been different. We had done a many-to-many. So you've heard Stavros talk before that we were trying to unlock the housing capacity within the central and western part of our city. So there was many interventions being proposed, and so a lot of those have been cited in the contract before, and we've talked about those. So the first phase of those, because a lot of those had been about unlocking the potential, because ultimately most of our stormwater issues end up in the Utahina, so there was a number of interventions which were being proposed. The first part of our contract was to spend a lot of time working on feasibility. Like some of those ideas or geotech or design potential likely to be able to give us that capacity to unlock housing development. So if I put that aside, saying we've got a contract with Kaingaora for 8.5% of the total fund that was distributed to New Zealand, so we were very successful with our many-to-many approach to the city's infrastructure improvements. So that agreement talks to a whole bunch of locations and potential interventions to unlock housing potential by dealing with stormwater. Stavros has been working through doing the feasibility of that, and in some cases decisions have been made to withdraw or substitute projects, and there's been that discussion around the stormwater catchment within Springfield Golf Course as one of those. So a substitution is going on through a contract variation. So that's that piece. Rotorua Lakes Council, in umbrellaing that entire funding, has also signed an overall agreement saying, based on our knowledge of the greenfield and brownfield sites within the central and western area, we believe that will unlock potentially 3,086 homes over a period up to 2029. So we've got an umbrella agreement to say we would like you to work with all developers to unlock land to provide housing with the infrastructure matched. Separate to that is the government's expectation that where there is an individual site and a project had been progressed to a certain level, that an individual housing agreement could be signed with a developer. that would be a specific development agreement signed with a
Excuse me,
particular
JP, I
developer.
just wondered, the question was around the racecourse, and I think, was that not identified in the FDS that effectively it had a Res 1, Res 2 across it when the lease was terminated or determined, so that there was the appropriate zoning in place? I think that's probably the answer that was in relation to your question.
I think it goes further than that, Councillor. It also goes to the fact
JP,
that
I think.
It was cited also as part of the New Zealand Thoroughbred Racing potential, so there was a review underway, so that's another reason why it was cited.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Any further questions, councillors? Your Worship, the Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, sorry, I'll just quickly go back to it. In the report you mentioned, here we go, the universal accessibility. So really pleased to hear an accessibility policy is under development and led by our team here, but also in collaboration with many of our stakeholders in the community. I do note that it's coming to Council to be adopted in June. And I just want to check whether it's anticipated that that may have any impact on some of the infrastructure on the long-term plan, in particular on infrastructure, and whether there was any additional projects coming out of it. I only ask now because by June we hope that we will be signing off the final long-term plan, because I do note that in the past Rotorua Lakes Council has changed the way that we do things, including like when we upgrade footpaths, we do it at a gradient that's easy for people in wheelchairs or the scooters, and also I know introduce things like at the aquatic centre we had the specific swing for those in wheelchairs. So just wanting to check whether we anticipate at this stage there will be financial impacts to the accessibility policy, but I'm very pleased that we are collating this alongside those in our community that need it.
Madam Chair, no. At this stage, there'll be no implications. One of the things that we wanted to make sure was that we'd worked with stakeholders on making sure good practice was included in some of our thinking. That would form the basis of the policy to you for your confirmation that we go out more widely. The implications, I think, start picking up on what you've identified in the future. So part of that might be some of the process improvements might be to make sure that we actually use some of our community stakeholders to help us ensure our designs are fit for purpose. So when we do projects, and if there's any other financial implications, they can be built into successive annual plans and our future LTPs.
Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just before I ask my questions to Mr Gaston based on the report, could I just ask you, last week at the INE I raised a joint press release by this council and the Associate Minister for Housing, and was advised that this would be the proper forum for it to be discussed. Are we able to do that now, or would you prefer to come back later to it?
Happy to take that question now. I wondered perhaps Her Worship and maybe the CE might like to make a comment and an update. I know Her Worship has sent.
Well, if I could just ask a question first, if that's okay, just so they know what they're replying to. Now, in the statement it made it said that there would be almost government support, and again, I appreciate the application, I believe, hasn't been received, but I'm going for what was intimated in the statement, that there would be another 2 years approximately of renewal for 2 years. Now, can I ask, as we've asked before, at what stage during our monitoring process did we pick up that there was simply not enough housing being built to be able to accommodate the people in emergency housing, and what steps were we taking to address it before December? And now that we have the proposed statements, and again I appreciate we don't have the application, what steps are we taking, as I brought up with the CE, to make sure that as soon as that application is received, we can move on it as soon as possible? Thank you.
So I think there's some questions on there that are actually not questions directed to Council or to Council staff, probably more direction to MHUD. But perhaps if I just look to who on that.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I do note that your particular concern is around what work has been done in the past couple of months. So I have been in touch with the ministers. We had provided them a letter outlining some of the key outcomes that we wanted for the community. I have, after the unfortunate announcement from the MHUD staff of wanting to reconsent for 2 years. I have managed to have a meeting with Minister Tamapōtaka. I'll hand over to our Chief Executive shortly because he, since then, has also had a chat with, had a meeting with the Minister of Housing and Urban Development Chief Executive, Andrew, as well. That was only on Friday. So we have not yet landed on, I suppose, what a new housing agreement could be to replace the previous housing accord, or what their plans will be for whether they will or will not submit the to increase the consent for an additional 2 years. So unfortunately it's still at discussions, but I certainly have made quite clear in those discussions that it's the expectation of this council and the community that the number of consented motels, which is your particular concern, will continue to have a sinking lid, but a lot faster than the 2 years that has been indicated. So we previously had set our own expectations as this council with the previous government's Rotorua Housing Accord to decrease the use of emergency housing motels to near zero as soon as possible. I certainly know for many of us the desire was to do that within 2 years. That 2 years is fast approaching at the end of this year. It is unfortunate that the government agencies, including Kaingoora, have not been able to provide enough housing. To be able to reduce the amount of people in motels. They're only there because they don't have anywhere else to go. But I do also acknowledge that while we are seeking to reduce as fast as possible, there will always be a need for some sort of emergency housing. So I think there is a wider discussion that needs to happen on not just reducing the amount of people in motels, but making sure that they have a pathway into better housing and into employment and overall a better future for themselves as well. So it is a complex environment. We haven't managed to land on an agreement yet, but I do assure this council that once a draft is collated between the expectations of Ministry of Housing and Urban Development and of course this council, then that will come before you as soon as possible. And just wonder if the Chief Executive wants to add on any additional comments from his meetings with MHUD as well.
Thank you, Your Worship. Andrew?
Yeah, through the chair. So in terms of my discussions with MHUD, they have been positive, they have been cooperative, and they are responsive to the messages that the Mayor has passed on to the Minister, and then the Minister has passed on to MHUD staff. The time frame we have for that is until the end of May, which is the time frame outlined in the Minister's announcement. We're still working towards that. We have weekly meetings, and we're hoping to make progress, and as the Mayor mentioned, bring that back to this council in due course. The second part of your question, I believe, was around what are we doing to prepare for if and when the application for consent lands, such that we may process it expeditiously and the time frame for that doesn't drag on. So the team is ready. Maybe unless I miss out something, JP, I want to ask you to add to this, but I believe the team is ready to be able to process this as a top priority so that we can alleviate exactly those concerns that you've addressed, that the process of processing, the process of dealing with the application doesn't drag on too long.
If I might, Madam Chair, I thank both Her Worship and Ms Andrew for the answers, but they're not directly addressing the two questions that I asked last week and also today, with all due respect, is when I've asked previously whose job it was to monitoring the progress of these consents, we were told it's our job as RLC. Now, what I'm saying is, if we were monitoring clearly from our own numbers based in our dashboard, clearly the amount of housing coming on board was not by any stretch going to meet the target of December. Now, we were told that it was our job, we were monitoring it. Where was that communication? Because someone's going to ask a Lagoima, where was this evidence to say that we were aware of this problem and what were the steps we were taking to address it with MHUD? That's what I'm asking, and no one seems to quite address their question.
I think, Councillor O'Brien, there's the monitoring of the consents, which is a separate issue from the build program and the use of the motels, and I'm not sure that the staff can probably answer that question here and now.
But I've asked that of the CE as well. I mean, at some point, someone's going to want, I mean, we've asked this for months after months, and Councillor Brown, Councillor Patterson as well. It's not just me. The other question I have is regarding last week that I asked was about the Minister, or sorry, Associates Minister's comments that the current housing accord is not fit for purpose. Why have we got it then?
And I think we've just heard from Her Worship that we're in the process of in discussions with the government ministers and with the Chief Executive around getting a fit-for-purpose housing agreement that will achieve the outcomes that this council wants.
Well, could we also ask, though, in what way is it not fit for purpose? If that comment's going to be made by the Minister, surely there should be substantive evidence to back that up.
Well, I think the Minister would need to answer that, Councillor O'Brien, so I think we can just...
Well, I wasn't the one that signed off a joint statement, so anything that we're putting out, I would have thought that we would be making sure we, one, either agree with the statements, or two, be issuing a separate one, if we can't answer what we were signing up to.
I think that's why we've said that we want to renegotiate or rediscuss and get a fit-for-purpose agreement. So I think we just need to allow those discussions to take place, Councillor O'Brien.
Sorry, Madam Chair, what I'm saying, but what's not fit? Thank you. It's okay. The silence speaks volumes. Thank you.
I don't think it's appropriate for me to be discussing from a government perspective, and also we haven't agreed as a council what are the things that we want to have included in the new agreement. So I think it's not appropriate to provide an answer during this question session. So if you have any further questions, Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you. And I'll just remind you it was a joint statement that we were told about. Thank you, JP, for your very comprehensive and helpful report. Could I ask on page 22, of our agenda, under the fast track process, could I ask you to comment about my earlier question on Tahaki Power Station that was brought up during the airport report? Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I went out for a phone call when obviously you asked that question, so can you just repeat it?
Certainly. So we were advised by Nicole that they are putting in a submission to the independent panel around safety concerns that the airport has with the proposed power station. Thank you.
There's two parts to that, and I think it goes to our contribution into the fast tracking process. So there's a limited opportunity to fast track. What you have is a CCO, which has an independent board who has responsibilities, and they meet their responsibilities under the CAA requirements. So they're the entity who, if they have concerns over safety, they should be articulating it on behalf of the airport, because that is their health and safety, that is their responsibility. For the Rotorua Lakes Council, our swim lane was to feedback on the district plan requirements that exist within our wider remit, and similarly the regional council also does that. So that's the difference. Their responsibility is to oversee those health and safety requirements and those legal requirements around being under the CAA. So that's why they've submitted.
Thank you. I thought the Chair just wanted to add the CE wanted to add a couple of comments.
Thank you, Chair. So one of the initial bits of advice we've got about the fast track legislation is that councils will be offered the opportunity to comment on projects that are referred to the fast track legislation, and that would be our window to provide any comment to the expert panel. I have to be clear, that's initial advice we've got on the draft legislation. It's still working its way through Parliament, but we do expect at some point there'll be an opportunity for TAs to provide input into the expert panel. What weight that's given is still unclear, but we're expecting there's a window for us to submit on the actual projects that get referred to the expert panel.
Thank you. May I have a supplementary? So can I ask, are we dealing under the current Act, or are we preparing for the proposed Act? Sorry, if I could say.
No, it's a current one. So this is there was a cut-off date for what had previously been the COVID fast-track applications. So the three we've signalled in here, Tahiki, 31 Nongataha Road, and the Somerset proposal, were lodged under the previous COVID legislation. So the Chief Executive refers to the next one, which is picking up a lot of the thinking that had been part of the COVID fast track. We might see some finessing of it, but this is the current process. And as the Chief Executive has said, just like what's being proposed with the new one, the previous legislation gives councils a narrow window in which to provide feedback. Now, the expertise on the CAA requirements and the safety expectations around the air activity within the caldera resides within the airport CCO.
Thank you. Could I just remind JP, because he may not have been in the room when Nicole spoke, she said that the CAA powers are very somewhat limited on this. And just my concern is that we, as the only shareholder of the Rotorua Airport, if there were incidents or accidents tied up with this, I just want to be very clear, is council putting in, either a submission or commentary backing up the airport, or do we have a different view for development?
Councillor, we haven't. We've stayed within the material that we have required because we're in a submission process. The airport is operating as an independent submitter. They had commissioned their own expert report, and so that's why we've stayed. We've left them to provide that expert submission, and we've stayed silent.
I think, Councillor O'Brien, what Nicole did say was that the CAA has only got the bit that's actually in the airspaces, so it's not the bit that's on the ground, it's when it gets into the airspace that it's of concern. And
yes, Madam Chair, but again, we're the only shareholder of the airport, and if there was an incident in the future, well, I wish we had known about this perhaps maybe at the last quarter, but I'll move on if that's okay. Thank you for your time. JP, for the fact that they're not fast-tracked, is that why, is it the Clayton Road and also the land behind Waikiri wasn't included in this report that runs along the, the rail line there, the old rail line?
Those are our pieces of land that we were disposing of, correct. So so Clayton Road is, I believe, has finally got through to a resolution. So I think there's a sale and purchase agreement being finalised currently, which has been a long time coming. I've reported previously that we had stopped our process because we had not been able to finalise negotiations on 61 Kawaha Point Road, and that we would restart a proposal in that space. Interestingly enough, the Waikiri Rugby Club have moved on their initial concepts as well, so we're actually in discussions again with them how they've adapted their proposal for the rugby club area, just to make sure that if we restart a process on our 61 Kawaha Point Road, we're not misaligned. So that's probably been opportune that it has cancelled.
Thank you. If I could move on to page 26 of our agenda, please, onto animal control. Previous staff turnover is commented on. Yep. Could I ask, so what would be the turnover approximately in the last couple of years? Is it 50%, 75%?
I don't think JP's probably in a position
I couldn't give you an answer to that. I could report that back if you like.
Thank you. Another statement in there is, in light of the large amount of infringements that have been provided due to unregistered dogs, if we have to seize all dogs are surrendered, is the pound equipped with limited space? Are we equipped to handle, or what would be the process given the large number? What's the plan in place in case a large number of surrenders go on, for example?
That puts a lot of pressure on us, Councillor. You can see I've reported in here that pound is almost full. We have a number of seized dogs that we're currently pursuing prosecutions on as well, so that gives us an unfortunate load that we're carrying within the pound as well. So we're actually finding more dogs are being surrendered, and our numbers of dogs within the pound are stretching the current facility. The only outcome for the staff is if they fail to see immediate rehousing, or their dogs that are unlikely to be rehoused quickly, we have to make an early decision on their destruction.
Thank you. And just final question, please. At the last Audit and Risk Committee meeting that I attended, just watching, they talked about a big emphasis on health and safety, etc. like that. And I see in your report there's been at least 2 sheep attacks. Are you able to tell me, or would you be able to tell me at some point, how many of our current animal control officers have firearms licences?
Councillor, none do currently. Again, it goes to, we have a fairly new crop of animal control officers who are all proceeding towards receiving their gun licences, and until those are issued, we have not got any officers armed at the moment. And so we have to rely on our relationship with the police to assist if there's a dog that needs to be immediately destroyed.
Thank you. So that's the plan, we contact police. Thank you. And just last question, but just as a follow-up to that, if we have no officers at the moment, are we still conducting audits on our firearms and, bullets, etc., like that? And have there ever been anomalies, or what's the process if anomalies are found? Does that get reported?
Absolutely, Councillor. So we've done a stock take of our guns at the moment, so our guns are actually not on site at the moment or in any sort of facility. They've actually been housed at the police station because we have no registered animal control officers with a gun licence. We have done an audit of that, and we've certainly got an improvement plan. One of the key things, there is a lot of operating procedures that we believe need to be improved. Obviously, management of firearms is an absolutely high-risk area. So we will not have any guns on site until we've got, the safety lockers procedures in place, and we've been working closely with the police to ensure those practices will be in place when we do return firearms to the premises. The other key bit is they're also doing some joint training with police at the moment. So there's a lot of work going into what I see as potentially one of the highest risk areas for us as staff, and that is the animal control officers face a myriad of situations where de-escalation, management of their own safety is critical, and that's not just from dogs. So there's a lot of work being done on setting out a training plan to make sure that the new staff are inducted appropriately, well trained and equipped to go out into our community, and that extends also to the practice around things like firearms.
Thank you very much. If I could just thank you very much for your answers. Could I just perhaps ask, Madam Chair, between yourself and the Chief Executive, maybe that's something the Audit and Risk Committee should be aware of, and just make sure that that's something we're capturing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Any further questions for JP? Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one comment before I get going. I won't be as long as Councillor O'Brien. I really support the link from the lakefront to Eat Street, given the size of the investment and the challenges that for pedestrians particularly on that. I really support that piece of work, so hats off to the crew for getting onto that. Secondly, I've had a discussion with a very senior executive at one of the supermarkets, and I was surprised in that conversation to hear that they hadn't seriously discussed shopping trolleys. I just wonder whether there's a piece for Rotorua to advocate for a review for both supermarkets as leaders in the industry or the biggest players in the industry, to actually think about how they dish up their trolleys. It would cost us nothing, communication to the appropriate people, and maybe it's timely to highlight the issues that this city faces with their infrastructure. Just a suggestion there. And the other one, I've got a question around, I've heard a couple of times in more than one place, maybe even from yourself, around the power supply and particularly for industrial developments. Do we review that with Unison, or is that on a piece of work that we have on board, and do we advocate for what we need, given our FDS?
Councillor, yes. So we had that raised as an issue by some residential developers as well as industrial commercial developers. I think Nicole did mention that she has done a plan or a piece of work in place at the moment for her airport potential. So yes, I've reached across to Andrew Wilson at our EDA, and we've reached out to Unison particularly to try and get a better understanding of our network and what constraints exist within it. So I think it's a critical, important piece of work as we start looking at our future development. One of the issues we also highlighted was the potential to talk to Unison's board. Remember, Unison is Hawke's Bay based, just to make sure they fully understand the future development pathway for it, so they can
we intend to bring a paper to council for a council decision to renew the lease.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any further questions for Thomas? No, no one's got any questions. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. Sorry for my tardiness. Page 47, the Māori Sports Conference. It was held in April. Any feedback on how it went?
Haven't had any feedback specifically from any of our community or our team, so my understanding is it went well, but outside of that I haven't had any other feedback.
Okay, so we don't know how many delegates or...
No. Hasn't been directly fed back to myself, no, sorry.
Okay, thank you. And also the EVANS, Events and Venues Conference, a pretty important one for our sector, 1st and 2nd of May. How did we perform at that?
Councillor Patterson, I'm just wondering, just given the timing of this report, because these reports have to be uploaded a couple of weeks before this meeting, it might be just a little bit too soon for some of the reports.
Page 47.
That only happened on the 1st of May?
No, I'm more than happy to get an update into the next report on how successfully that went. I think at the time of this report, I think as the Chair pointed out, the planning was underway.
Okay, thank you. There don't appear to be any further questions. No, thank you, Thomas, for that. Just give you a chance now. We'll just move to page 82, but I will, 81. So we are going to move into the public excluded section of the meeting. So there is one item for consideration. Councillor Wadu? And that is for the reappointment of a board member for a council controlled organisation, Rotorua NZ. The reason for confidentiality is to protect the privacy of natural persons, including that of deceased natural persons. That's been moved by Councillor Wadu, seconded by Councillor Brown. All those in favour, please say aye.
Can we have some discussion about this, Madam Chair?
Sorry, what was that?
I was going to have to ask a question about this.
About the paper or about the confidentiality?
About moving into confidentiality. I'm not entirely convinced that it's justified in this particular case. We're only talking about the appointment of a couple of members to the Rotorua NZ.
I think that we'll have that discussion when we get into that. You'll see that as part of the motion, it's when this report would be made publicly available. So if we could just hang on for a minute and we'll wait for the live stream to stop.
I wonder if we could ask the Chief Executive to review this in light of the Ombudsman's report last year.
Could we just wait till we're in public excluded? Thank you, Councillor Lee.